Hey everyone, welcome back. Get another stream. And yeah, Max, you even beat Stream Elements in terms of being first today, so that's cool. Oh, Wicked, always great seeing you. Keeper, the Legion. So, back today, doing some more Voxedit for now. By all means, work away, Little Legion. Um, as we know, got the designer to do some work for. We got this interesting bathtub thing going on. And yeah, I kind of feel like messing around with the game maker again, so I'm gonna do my Smurfs game. Yeah, that I never entered into the contest after all. I was kind of reminded when I saw the announcement about GMAE earlier today. I was like, oh yeah, that's right. I should totally get back to that. Um, but uh, but yeah, so back here again, looking at the beginning of a bathtub. We'll see how this ends up working out. But it's kind of a fun little challenge. Like we're seeing if there's the kind of oblong nature of the bathtub makes it kind of an interesting sort of build for the sandbox, to say the least. And speaking of, let me get my reference up so I have that going. So how's everyone today? How's the weekend starting off for you? I do have my reference here. This one? That's that. So, kind of see more technical drawing of what we'll be building here. Oh no, your roof is leaking. That sucks. That could be a pain in the ass to get fixed too. It's been super fucking hot here lately. Um, we have the opposite issue going on, I guess you say. But yeah, there's a lot of humidity, so we might get some kind of thunderstorms, but for the most part, it's just fucking hot. which which has kind of sucked in a sense, just beyond the obvious for me because like as most of you know, I'm usually up for the night, but then because of the whole like fucking sickness thing, that totally threw off my schedule. Um, but hopefully that will be less of an issue after today. Cause yeah, like I was pretty much up like all like regular day today. And it sucked so bad. I was like, okay, this is how I'm going to try to avoid this now. And since there was going to be no GMAE today, I was kind of like, okay, makes it a little easier. Um, so basically, took a nap for a while, and then just got up not long ago, and now I'm up for a while. So now, hopefully, it'll just be like back to kind of how I was, which was where I don't have to care about how fucking hot it was during the day, because I'd be sleeping. so I'm trying to get it back to that. You know, there's only so much sandbox content that goes on any given day, anyways, at this point, and I know, like right now, in terms of like Europe, it's like morning. In Blaze time, it's hardly evening. Isn't that trippy? Hey, Voxmaker Mark, welcome. Just bitching about the weather a little bit. So, and gonna be making some of the stuff started the other day, which is gonna be some of the interior design items, and then like I said, I kind of felt like having some more fun in Game Maker. But minus all the pressure and shit that game jams have. So I do have my game that I've been wanting to make, and so I'm gonna be doing that, and because yeah, it's pretty fun. Yeah, that sounds fairly comfortable. Um, I mean, like right now, it's actually not too bad in terms of the weather. Um, it's like I guess fucking conversion is escaping me right now, but it's around 67 degrees Fahrenheit. Um, so it's pretty much just like you know t-shirt weather. You know what I mean? You can just walk around however you want to, pretty comfortably right now. But during the day, it was getting pretty a good 20ish degrees hotter, and then it's a lot of humidity right now. Some places like our hills and deserts are getting some thunderstorms, but down here in fucking basin, that almost never happens. Yeah, by the way, they did kind of tell me fuck off with my jet ski. By the way, um, it was just like the not like besides my lead. Um, oh my god. Okay. Um, was saying like it's just the style, just like it's not the Sandbox in the sense that like they need it to be blocky and like the like you should totally just sell this though, like as your personal thing. And I'm like, yeah, I figured that was probably what's gonna happen. Yeah, that was kind of funny though. It's like because they kind of requested like not doing like low polygon stuff, and so I'm like, well, I could definitely do not low polygon low face thing and etc. etc. It's like, yeah, sure. And then like, yeah, that's okay. I'm not like heartbroken. Like I said, it's not like it says it's not necessarily my art. It's like their pieces they requested. You know what I mean? Be the voxel indeed. So what I'm gonna do, Vox Maker Mark, is like I can just make a different what's it called item, which is what I'm gonna do. And I might end up modifying the power puncher, just because yeah, there's angle issues and stuff like that, and like can I get it to work? Yes, but at the same time like can't should I just make something else? You know what I mean? It kind of comes as being the question again. So I may mess with that a little bit, but I also have time on that one, so we'll see. Some factual voxels, like ones that say like fucking up and points up or something, or like what do you mean factual vox? Oh yeah, there's the contest. That's true. Yeah, good luck with that. I'm gonna have to make these a little longer though. I am kind of just attempting different things here with this tub for now because of that. So I'm not really sure if I've done an oblong shape like that, and I want to see how it'll maybe turn out here. I'm trying the high face kind of, yeah, that's cool. Okay, let's see. Got a Bjorn link. Let's check the Bjorn link. Okay. Oh, is this for the Sandstorm one? Gotcha. Hold on, let me get that pulled up here. Cool. And this is... Is there sound on this one? Let me see.
I said, girl, why you keep calling? I said, girl, why you keep calling? Yeah, she said, I need a new whip. Yeah, cause I know that you're still ballin'. She just wanna go back to the future, so I brought that girl a DeLorean. 21 minutes until I gotta go, so I told that girl I'm gonna slaughter it. I said, girl, why you keep calling? I said, girl.
So that's cool. Is that your entry then, Bjorn? Yeah. At one point, especially if you're making like scenes like that, you're gonna need like a lot of nodes. So, excuse me. I think it has a lot to do with the efficacy as well. In terms of Sandbox stuff in general, what they're looking for. It's okay, Maxie, this time, okay? Just this time. Just kidding, of course. Yeah, like the scaffolding there and stuff like that. That looks like a lot of nodes just by itself. Excuse me. That's kind of what you need to do, like, to make certain things. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not really sure like where they're coming from on some of this stuff. Okay. Yeah, and then I saw the announcement or whatever about yesterday with the marketplace. I saw Karatros hated that. That was awesome. I like it when Karatros gets pissed off. I mean, not that he gets pissed off, but it's just funny. He's just like, it's great. I love it. Yeah, I think that was really cool. That was a good piece of work there. I like how your lights, you know what I mean? And just some of the just some of the little things too. Like I like how your speakers kind of bend and move. You know what I'm saying? That makes them fun. And then like I mentioned, just the stage itself was I thought was put together well. Like the scaffolding, like I said, looks pretty intense on its own, man. Just making that. So I thought that even just if you could probably just sell the scaffolding later, by the way. So and I like how the background is the moving like kind of like a video background, which is pretty sweet. So good job and good luck on that. I think there seems like there's a lot of people who are participating in this one. It's been a little while since there's been a good Voxedit competition, I guess, too, huh? That's one thing I definitely I don't want to do is judge, you know? That would suck so bad. Be it for like Voxedit or even for game jams, things like that. Oh my god, I would fucking hate being a judge. This is just like issues. Well, I mean, hey, I think yours is just as good as any, Bjorn. Don't worry. It's just hard to say who's gonna win because it's the criteria that things are judged on, etc., are different than like say like my opinion. You know what I mean? And so whatever that's what I'm saying. I would hate. I just would not want that job. This is the dude judging, man. Oh my god. So I know like how they're saying Joe and Conrad and who else? I forgot. Either way, all of our homies there on staff. Whew, shitty job. That sucks having to do the judging, man. But more like definitely appreciate it. Someone has to do it in terms of the job, but damn. I guess that's where it does help that Joe has a professional QA experience, and then to a certain degree, so does Conrad. So I think that's obviously one of the things that makes him best suited for that job. I've seen a good handful of entries though too, yes, and it's pretty. Like I don't think I've seen any of them that were really shitty, so that's cool. Not that I'd necessarily say, "Oh wow, look at this shitty entry," you know what I'm saying? But like legitimately speaking, like I hadn't seen they're like, "Oh, that person is new" or anything. All of them look like legit entries. You know what I'm saying? Imagine that going down to her and go, "Look at that shitty entry. This fucking loser right here." Excuse me. Yeah, there's like I'm sure there's more specific criteria. See how they talk about like what certain things that they're looking for. Um, and that's what I mean. Sometimes it's kind of hard to just it's hard to speculate because we're not the judges. We don't necessarily have that specific criteria in front of us, um, especially as participants. I was kind of curious how this bathtub thing is going to go. I kind of have a feeling it's going to be one of those that's either going to kind of go together really easy or going to be one of those that are kind of bitch. Yeah, then there's, that's also, Panda Pops' contest. I haven't seen as many of those popping up on my feed as I thought there would be at this point. I kind of figured there would be a lot of people already kind of finished with their fairy thingy or whatever. And then I think today the Voxedit winners are supposed to be announced. So then you know what that means. Yeah, that means another fucking support stream where you have to be talking people off the proverbial ledge. Oh, hey, here's another entry. At least that's fairly unique. Like an opera kind of dealio. You know. Yeah, it is a really neat background. That's not a rapping bear. So, what's up with that? I don't know. It's just some images. That's fun. That's cool. It looks good. Well textured, for sure. Yeah, like I mentioned, I personally enjoy the parade of creations that happens during these contests. Especially Voxedit ones. More so than Game Maker. I mean, Game Maker game jams are cool and all, but it's a little harder to just sort of appreciate it as like an art. Just when you're kind of just seeing a little video clip or something like that. And then usually there's more entries too. Bear did have some nice tats. It's distinct. Fairy one now. Let's see. That's mighty fucking hand. Chloris is the character name. Control plants. Well, that's fun. Pretty cool, pretty cool. So we're just looking at some of the animation there. So yeah, this model looks like it'll actually work like it works in terms of the NPC animations. At least like the ones that they included here. So that's pretty cool. 'Cause you can kind of tell like the attack, like see how the character is attacking like normal. So that's pretty interesting. So I mean, it means theoretically you might even be able to have like a weapon in their hands too at the same time. Check out the reflectors one more time. I mean, in your entry board. That's pretty fun. Okay. What are we looking for? Oh wow, still there. Okay, that was that one. Fun stuff though. And I like how the kind of integrated Sandstorm's colors. I think they'll probably like that too. Okay, let's go on here. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean some of the items there, if you don't, even if it doesn't end up placing or anything, you got some really good items to sell. I'd say. It's like how you could do like the stage, minus like the animation and stuff like that for like as a set, you know. It's like how like you mentioned those speakers, especially if the musical notes are part of the speaker animation already, or if you kind of can include that in part of the speaker animation. I think those would sell pretty well too if say you don't end up placing. But or if you do, probably won't matter anyways. I think you could probably still part it out. So speaking of like parting stuff out and selling it, like I'm wondering because of that announcement about the marketplace stuff. Does that I wonder if that means that we'll be able to mint soon. You know what I mean, so why would totally disable everything unless we're going to be able to mint relatively soon? Like just to be a dick? I don't get that. Oh yeah, probably. 15 cent is very reasonable for that kind of like. If it has the animations, it's very reasonable. Um, and for those who maybe the Sandbox is like their first sort of entry into like stock um, digital items, go check out like like traditional 3D model, like our traditional or regular computer generated 3D models where you could buy stock stuff. I think was it Turbo Squid would be one of the places that's been around for a while that does this. But you'll see like how much these models go for, like in terms of like, okay, this is a model that could be put in a game and has X amount of animation. Some of them are very expensive, like so. And Sandbox, in a sense, is kind of doing that same thing, just specifically for voxels. And it's like 15 sand is very nominal in relation to some of these different items. It's better to sell higher volume, I think, anyways. I mean, the whole free asset. I mean, that's kind of like dicks because it's not necessarily what they used to say before, and so it kind of changed on everyone. And that's kind of what it's hilarious when they hear like, oh, fully decentralized platform, but then they're making these unilateral decisions like this without voting. There hasn't been any voting by land or state fucking sand, landowners, none of that shit. We didn't get fucking polled about that. No, did we? No, is this changed? So is it really decentralized then? And then if it's really decentralized, if it's not really decentralized, then why can't certain other things happen? Like, register your land. So if it gets stolen, maybe they could put it back. What's so horrible about that? Like, why is this? I don't know. There's just some stuff that just doesn't sound right to me. Like even if there's good enough reason to do it, it's like they're lying. Like someone's lying, and that's why I kind of don't appreciate it, honestly. Um, but at the same time, it's like a $1 billion corporation lied to me. Oh heavens be! Yeah, at the same time, I kind of don't care because I kind of expect them to do that anyways. So, um, you know, that's kind of where I'm at, this odd neutral place where I'm just like, yeah, well, you know, Bjorn, I would say that like the more, if you want, the more things that sell like more tend to be like I've noticed tend to be around 10ish or less fucking sand. They'll actually go at a fairly brisk rate, um, but but it also just depends because like how if you were to do like an airdrop set of some of those things, like you can probably charge like, say like if you did airdrop set of the stage, maybe like $75 worth of sand or something like that. Would probably sell pretty good. You know, that's just my guess though too, which is good as any. Um, so. Yeah, and see the sandstorm thing is a whole other ball of wax because that is more like traditional 3D model selling, which means the prices should be higher because you're giving away the files. You know, so like everything I just said about like Bjorn's stage, for instance, like it doesn't apply to sandstorms like actual fucking market. So you gotta make sure you price it to because you're coughing up the actual files. If you weren't coughing up the files, you could do it for cheaper. But I would not advise selling it like unless you made it specifically for Sandstorm's thing, knowing that you're gonna be selling your originals. You know what I mean? Because that does mean someone can now take your model and then republish it on the Sandbox marketplace and make money off of your creation, with you getting nothing, absolutely nothing to show for it. So keep that in mind. I said I'm not advocating one way or another. I'm just stating the facts of how that works apparently. And like I mentioned, like when you sell stock stuff, you know, that's kind of what you're doing anyway. So it really, as long as you have it built into what your business model is, you should be fine. You know. For now, theoretically, Bjorn, but I mean, honestly, if you have the GLTF, that means you can import it into Voxedit, and that means I can export it as a via, I can do anything to it. Like, specifically, I've done that, so I can transport the entire file without having to use like the .vox or VXR. So yeah, theoretically, it's possible that you can do that. Yes. That's why I know some artists are hesitant to join Sandstorm because of that. Like they're just worried about it, and like how like I remember when I was talking to Maddox about this when he first showed up on the scene. That it's not necessarily shady. It's just their business model. So it's like, but if you go knowing that you're gonna sell those GLTF files, then just make stuff that you're okay with saying bye bye to in that sense. You know, if not, then yeah, just do it on the Sandbox's marketplace because why not? It doesn't make like that. You know, like honestly, I kind of think sometimes the Sandstorm thing is a little redundant. Like it doesn't really make all that much sense to me. Like straight up, I mean, I'm not like against it. You know what I mean? But like I'm kind of seeing like, you know, why would I just not sell it myself on the marketplace? It's kind of weird. You know? I haven't heard enough benefits in like promoting. I'm not sure if that's really a thing right now. You know? But see, that's the thing, Maxie. Like this, you're not supposed to be working for a fucking studio. We're supposed to be independent in a Web3 world, baby. So why the fuck do I want to slave myself for? Like I'm cool. I love the fact that all the studios right now are so cool with the contract thing because it's awesome. You know what I mean? I don't have to like worry about like, oh, I'm only working for you. Because honestly, if like any one of these studios wants me to work exclusively for them, like anything I'm making is gonna be there, they have to pay me a lot of fucking money, like a lot of fucking money. Like, so I'm not desperate. I'm not gonna be like, oh, I'll give you $50,000 a year. Fuck you, dude. You're gonna give me like 250 for 350 the next year. Because those are my ideas, motherfucker. And if they're gonna be our ideas, that means you're gonna get them cheap. And if you're gonna get them cheap, then that cheap has to be in the hundreds of thousands a fucking year, at least. So just keep that in mind. Oh, yeah, fuck that. Oh, but yeah, and like I said, as long as you know it, like you have it set up for what your business model is, it's a good way to advertise to a certain degree too. Absolutely, you know. Hey, buddy, what's up, you trying? You think so too? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, say hi to everyone. It's been a while. Oh, yeah. Okay, he's done. You know, cats do, they kind of look away from you. Like, okay, I'm done with that. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if I have a sandstorm thing yet or not. I don't know, honestly. Kind of just, I'm always too fucking busy building shit. Oh. Let's do it. That's cool. Well, so it's good that your rate is acceptable. Maxi. That's one of the things, especially in this space right now, the whole metaverse. Like being familiar with it, the metaverse, quote unquote, what that means. Like, what does that mean in Decentraland versus Facebook? You know what I mean? Just knowing that shit is already valuable. So like you can probably already get a job, just kind of educating certain corporate entities about that like difference, just that, right? Let alone okay, I know the difference on that, and I make NFTs for one of or two of the metaverses, like you know, say Sandbox or Decentraland. Like that's a whole other fucking skill set now that has a high value too. So these are things that you know that those of us here are already demonstrating, and there's no fucking college education for it. And when it happens, who's going to teach it? You know what I'm saying? Do we know any of them? If we don't know any of them, then are they really did they really do it? You know what I mean? So that's also coming. There's gonna be it's gonna be funny when we start seeing like become a Web3 metaverse builder. It's gonna be TV commercials and shit. And I'm like, who the fuck are these people? Vox Machina. Yeah, and like Maxi, like watch your shit will sell, and it'll probably sell out eventually. The problem is Ethereum, and once it's starting to stabilize. I mean, shit. Let's look at it right now. You know, like I said, this is one of the prime times for gas after all, right? And where are we at right now? See, right now my shit's showing 3. Okay, that means it's probably single digits on like everyone else's estimator too. And now would be a great time to go buy some maxi shit. That's gonna keep happening, and just like the rest of us, I'm like that same boat too. Like I'm sure there's a list that I want to chop down on, and so then some are gonna wait till it's on Polygon, and so a lot of people ultimately though are waiting until the sandbox actually opens a little more. When it opens a little bit more, all the original items will just go away. Like they'll be gone kind of quick. And so your sword and shield, for instance, Maxi, will be on that list of original items. So there's going to be a difference between like the legacy stuff that we're all doing right now versus like when the sandbox is even more updated and there's more features, there's more animation sets we have to do, etc. Yeah, when I was first, well, yeah, before Sand, long ago, before times, yeah, it was like a dollar transaction, whoa, was like Ethereum. You know what I mean? Then all of a sudden it's like, you know, $135. You know, it's like I'm swapping 20. And that killed fucking Sandbox's momentum big time. So if you look at the original roadmap, as some of you might notice, the market was already supposed to be open, but it's not. So that's a problem. We're just mentioning. It was actually worth mining fucking Ethereum. And I'm thinking, what did I do? Because I didn't pay out of pocket for my first lands. It was from mine stuff and like some hedged gains from like exchange or something like that. And then I decided to diversify, but I want to say like a significant portion of my first land I bought was bought with mined Ethereum from a desktop miner. You know. Oh man, the I mean, and the whole thing. Shows this picture. Um, but yeah, I mean, and that's why I think it's so funny about Ethereum is that like Vitalik knew this was gonna happen. Like he knew it. He was like all this times like you can't he tries to come off as Mr. Altruistic, fucking philanthropist guy. It's like no, he's not. It's like he knew this was gonna happen, and then now what's happening? The like major companies are the ones who are doing the staking and are technically getting all the money for their quote unquote more efficient system. So you're just giving it back to these bigger corporations. That's great, yeah. Yeah, you're definitely for the people. Um, I would be maxing, but my miner just fucked up on me recently, and I got sick obviously, and I couldn't fucking bust it open and see what happened. But it's like it's an Alienware Aurora 1. I mean the first Aurora Alienwares. Super old fucking computer now. I had a GTX 1060 in there. Um, so it mined like $1 a day-ish or so. You know what I mean? Any given coin. Um, but I was doing Raven coin now, and but so I'll get it back up again. And there's like since found another like not as fast video card, but there's another video card that might slap in there, or just get another fucking computer and do it because it's worth it. It honestly is worth it as long as your electricity. You're not being gouged on either electricity, not even really your bandwidth, because it doesn't take up much bandwidth. It's really and the electricity just depends on what you're mining. Like Ravencoin's super light versus say Ethereum. Like even when because you can still kind of do Ethereum for a little bit, but I think, but it might be ending very soon. Um, but you can tell. I mean, especially if you have like so I have like UPCs that on my PCs here with pretty robust batteries, and so it kind of gives me a readout of what's going on, and yeah, the Ravencoin in particular is like super light. Even though they're like proof of work is so inefficient, and the energy stuff, the global warming, fuck off with that shit. They're fucking stupid. Whoever's saying that doesn't do it. They haven't actually had a computer sit there and watch it, see what it was, etc., etc. They're just playing politics. Tell them fuck right the fuck off. Well, yeah, it's one of the things. I was having a discussion with a colleague of mine earlier about like how we know how like the man in any respective country, right? The man has lied to us about what technology is possible and what's available behind the scenes. A lot of us accept this. We're like, yes, this is true. The same is true for fucking financial stuff. So far ahead technology-wise, the stuff they're lying to us about. Same stuff with financial, same stuff with resources. Because, yeah, we don't need fuel. We just don't. Like, and that's, like, anyone who tries to argue with me, like, sorry, you're ignorant. Like I said, when you've actually had someone try to blow your ass up from those industries, you kind of end up taking a little more personal than just, like, I believe this, and that, blah, 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 blah. Okay? I'm just letting you all know, yes, no, we don't need gas. We don't, at all. And there hasn't been the effort or concern really to kind of put towards the waste it would cost to convert everything, because that's like the next big issue about it. It's not whether we can or not. It's like the fact that if we passed out magnet motor fucking cars to everyone, which exists, like people say, oh, you can't really do magnet motors. Yes, you fucking can. I've seen it work in front of me. Fuck off. Okay, even if you did that, it's like we'd still have a huge waste issue of like all the trillions of vehicles that burn petroleum. So there's just shit like that, you know what I mean? But either way, it's like they lie to us about saying you can't do it. It's like, yes, we fucking can. It's just, they have these issues. Damn. And so the same thing goes for all these different, especially gas. Like gas in particular. Like gas is such a racket. It's like it is a literal racket. Like fucking, you know, like a mafia price fixing. It's just it's legal, so they can do it. So they do. Why wouldn't they? Like, wouldn't you? If like the man said, sure, go break the law. I get paid a lot of money for it. Like, yeah, like, it's like I don't blame them. You know? It's kind of funny. I to be completely honest with everyone, I have been a little bit fucking bitter about the energy industry lately, because I'm just like, fuck these guys, dude. Like, oh my god, like I shouldn't, you know. I'll share. It's like it's not like I'm not rich, okay, at all. There's certain means that I have in terms of like I don't have to worry about certain essential things to a threshold. But like how being able to work in this space like I have recently and get some dough from it, I was actually thinking, I'm like, fuck, this is great being able to eat like more than one full meal a day now. You know? And I'm just like, that's what I'm saying, fuck these energy people, because like I have something, it works. It's fucking amazing invention, but it's like, yeah, so just try to fucking kill you for it or steal it from you. And no one's gonna hand shit out to you. No one's gonna fucking, you know, all these big companies be like, oh, sure, I'll buy that from you. No, they're gonna try to fucking take it from you. That's why I learned. I'm like, look, I can help, guys. Look at this thing. It doesn't even cost much. And they're like, fuck you. Here, try to blow up your workshop. So I said, I've been a little bit reflective on this lately. So like, fuck, I should have millions. This is fucking bullshit. You know? Stupid fucking Greta bitch. She's a fucking tool. Let me tell you. Fuck you. I have colleagues who have fucking died. You know what I mean? Mysteriously. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, it's all fun and games till it actually happens to you. And then it turns a little different. So that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I can confidently say, fuck you, Greta. I don't give a fuck if anyone gets pissed off about that. Because, yeah, no, I'm an eco-warrior too, motherfucker, and I've actually have casualties. Real fucking life casualties. You know, not just some fucking TV people in front of me all the time and whining about whatever the fuck, dude. No, I got some friends who died in this shit. So that's why I make voxels now. So like I said, I'm pretty sure Sev is going to try to kill me. I'm pretty sure that's not going to happen. So even if he disagrees with me adamantly, like I just don't think he's gonna put a hit. He just doesn't seem like that hardcore in this space. Yeah. Yeah, they're doing it on purpose, Maxie. Yeah, they do. It's control. Because it's not even about, if you make the money, you don't need to make more money. You just make more money, literally, right? Or you take it away from another spot so that it has more buying power over here. And that's pretty much what they're doing. So like they're telling everyone, "Oh, we're fixing inflation." Yeah, you sure are. You sure are. And those of us here know this very well because we look at financial devices every fucking day, every moment on a level that like humanity hasn't ever done. You know, so like, yeah, we understand how deflationary forces and inflationary forces, and we know how to counter them in different ways. Uh, but somehow I don't think these people don't know how to do that. You know. All right, let's try Chernobyl. All right. Yeah, I think a lot of us in this space in particular, we can empathize on some level just because it's like, well, that's why we're in cryptocurrency to begin with, because we see like some discrepancies, shall we say, that are kind of surmountable. Um, when you have less of that influence able to directly sort of impact everything, and like how we see it's like, yeah, there's a tax on cryptocurrency, you know. But ultimately, like if there's enough users, then it kind of doesn't matter. It gets kind of absorbed, you know. I think that's one of the things that, in terms of like, say with like the sandbox, that ultimately it's probably established at this point because of where it's been able to maintain this like sand. It's been able to maintain its spot on that top. Was it? Let's call it top 40. You know, with tokens and coins in terms of volume. And so yeah, I think no matter what, it's going to be strong into the future in that regard. And this dollar sand stuff is probably, those days are probably numbered, like at least for a little bit. Like it might go back down again at some point, but I think it's gonna go back up pretty soon again. And it probably will be once the alpha starts getting going. But with that whole like no free items thing, um, I'm hoping that this means that we're gonna be able to publish soon. Like, you know, because that will change everything. I think it'll go beyond $10, honestly, at some point. Because if you look at, you know, as I'm sure a lot of you have, the tokenomics of it, there's not very much sand that's been made. So it's not even like Shiba, where it started out with X amount of quadrillion tokens. You know, it's not a quadrillion tokener. You know what I mean? So um, that means it's going to appreciate at one point and never look back because there's just no more being created. So um, can I think that it'll be more like where it just kind of depends on when in the future, but I think it's probably going to stabilize like for like somewhere for a while relatively high from here, probably around $20-ish at one point, I'm guessing. Um, Before like X amount, let's say like after like 5 years, they'll probably start climbing beyond that. Like that'd be my guess, unless someone, I said, really dumps a lot or something. Quarter four, okay. Well, I mean, even now, like the some of the prices have gone down with the gas on Ethereum. It's not even that necessarily a horrible time right now for that. But yeah, Matic is infinitely cheaper though, so much cheaper. Well, I should hope fucking Seb has a mansion, man. I mean, it's like if you're the COO of a multi-billion-dollar entity, I would say like, yeah, you go ahead, get the fucking mansion, dude. Like, or else why are you working for? Oh, so yeah. Something seriously wrong with the labor model. Seb is that can't afford a fucking mansion somewhere. That guy, he is all over the place, man. I mean, like, not all CEOs do what he does. That's for sure. Um, and I know it seems like he tries to visit a lot of different satellite offices and is wheeling and dealing all over the place. So yeah, he seems like very active. I was kind of looking at things here and seeing what I could do as time goes on. I definitely think I can make it smooth. I just need to add more nodes. And like we're seeing, the faces right now is only on 160, and that includes the guide, which is kind of all weird and shit. So don't really have to worry. I have plenty of faces to work with. It's just more of like going to be the tedious part of kind of creating that curvature like we're seeing in my reference picture. That's gonna be pretty fucking tedious. Okay. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change directions now before I go too much further. So I'm gonna do it one half, other half, and then duplicate it, flip it around. And that way we should be able to capture a certain symmetry a lot easier. And then that way I can also focus on stepping that curve a little bit more accurate to the drawing. Interesting. Yeah, that's cool. I don't mind. Like I said, this is exactly why I'm experimenting with this anyways. Like I said, kind of a fun challenge with some of these different angles, and I think that's one of the interesting things about the designer bring-ins style here is that there's a certain like efficiency in some of the subtle curves and angles of the items, which almost make it easy to take for granted. Oh, it's an oblong tub, but until you kind of start looking at, oh yeah, these finer points of the angle, like how my oblong shape is more traditional tub shape. You know how it's kind of more rectangular. And I need to get more, instead of a stretched circle going on to really kind of match the footprint of her design. And so that's one of the things that, like I said, I think it's very unique about her style. Is like there's just subtle differences, but they make a big difference in terms of the overall aesthetic and feel. But also, makes pretty good content to explore here on stream. wheelbarrow so you can kind of see what I'm talking about. So you can see how on my reference on the left there, and this part of the drawing, I'm trying to move my cursor over. I just gotta make an arrow. That's kind of what I'm looking at now, and I'm seeing. I wanted to see if, number one, can I kind of create that kind of curve like I'm seeing here on my 3D model? Is it possible to kind of do that stepping? And it is. And what I'm going to do instead, so I'm going to get rid of this big ass part right here, probably. And then I'm going to get this. Yeah, okay. So I'll probably break this into at least 2 pieces right here. It's kind of how these are shorter. At least that. Okay. Alrighty. Okay. I need to get a refill. So let's do a midstream marbles. Let's do a quick little marbles thing while I'm AFK. Let everyone get loaded in. We'll do two races. I'll be right back. Feel free to vote on any of the 2 maps you want us to race on right now. We'll do the race, and we'll come back and do some more box editing for a little bit. And maybe next time we'll do the community maps. But okay, I'll be right back. Hey, Archflu. And we have come to the point of exclamation point play. And Mr. Nate, welcome. Hey, thanks for the biddies. Always much appreciated. Doing a quick marbles break here, Ms. Because why not? Anyone else? Okay, that's what I'm saying. We're missing some people here. We're obviously here. Like, where's Maxie? I'm not seeing Maxie. Okay, let's see if I can. Okay, there we go. There's Maxie. Okay. Carachos. Welcome, Carachos. I think we got everyone for now, so let's go and give it a start, shall we? Beep. Alright. This is express delivery. This is tricky. Wicked's out to a pretty good lead to start with. Followed by Carachos, then Maxie, then there I am, then Archflu. But it's a fairly sizable lead. Still quite a bit to go though. I'm not sure how these are going to play out, but that looks pretty weird. Oh, portals. We know how portals go. Uh-oh. Do that. Uh-oh. Oh, shot out. Okay, I can see how that can be pretty dangerous. Oh, yep, there it sure was. There goes Wicked. Speed kills. Maxie is able to get through without being shot out like a cannon. Ooh, Archflu got a good bounce. Oh, Maxie, Carachos. See you later. This is pretty hazardous. Comes Nate and Vox now. Archflu has a pretty good lead right now. Barring any zaniness, might be able to clinch it. Looks like Archflu's going to take this round. Nice. Here comes Keeper. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. There we go. Uh-oh. Here comes the fire. See if Vox and Nate, if they're gonna make it or not. It's gonna be close. Vox gonna drop in at fourth. And it looks like Nate's gonna make it too, which is good. That fire was getting close. That one proved more dangerous than it may have seemed initially. That's a lot of points too, 29 points. Look at that. Oh, procedural pathway. Yeah, this is pretty. This one could be pretty dangerous too. Doing some marbles. Got 6 in this time. Could go in again pretty soon here anyways, because probably do at least one more session before stream ends. But when that is, not really sure yet. But just got done doing that experiment with the bathtub. Kind of wanted to let it sink in for a little bit, pun intended, before I kind of get back to it. I might just attempt that halving I was talking about before moving on to some Game Maker, just because it sounds fun. No real particular reason, but you know. That's 7 for now. Let's go ahead and rock it. Down we go. Wow, this one could be finished in just over half a minute. Get off to another quick head start, but last time that proved a little fatal. Oh, everyone got stuck there for a second. Ooh, Keeper. It's taking the lead for now. Archfleet close behind now. Coming into the final curve. That's freaking equalizer right there. Keeper though, able to maintain the lead. Take first. That was a pretty quick one though, isn't it? Let's see what happened in the Grand Prix here, shall we? So, I got second. That's bullshit. Archiflu comes in number 1 in the Grand Prix. Cool. Yeah, it's cool that at least we're kind of starting to get somewhat familiar with the names of the different maps. So, have another chance. Then plus there's still the community maps that are still fun. Let's get rid of you or just change you. Yes, you got another golden ticket coming your way, Archfield. And then, wait, did you win other ones? Oh, yes, yeah, so then, because you won the first race, too, you'll have another mystery voxel asset. That's why I write that shit down. It's just going to be a lot of them. That's cool, though, because like I say, I do plan to mint a lot of shit. So it'll be fun. You know, giving them out when that time comes, and hopefully that's soon. Because like how I was bitching to everyone too, Karatros, about the whole like free thing. I was like, no more free stuff because things and stuff, you know, whatever reason they're giving. But either way, like I said, I plan to mint a lot anyways. So yeah, I have Blancos, but I have no idea what the hell to do them. Like I got free ones and stuff from like Amazon Prime and shit, and just kind of oh okay. The end. I know it's kind of like it's like kind of like Roblox where it's like half in, half out. You know what I mean, of the crypto world. Like whatever, you know, all good. It looks a little too like I don't know how to put it, but it's not like that. I'm not as. I mean, I think the idea is kind of neat, but like I said, I just haven't played the game enough or at all. So at some point, maybe I'll check it out. And yeah, Carrot Trust, I know that you're not a fan of that recent announcement, and I was gonna wait till today, like or this past day's GMAE if they were gonna have it, to ask, but instead of what I might do it on your thread there on your Twitter, because how Panda responded to saying how because of something that's stuff that's happening or advancements. That's where I was going to ask if does that mean that we'll be able to actually mint soon then, since that question wasn't necessarily posed back. And Panda may or may not know or be able to answer anyways, but it would lead one to believe that if they're going to shift that right now, then it's like you'd want to give your creator some kind of viable option, right? And so it only stands to reason that maybe that means that we should be allowed to mint pretty soon. And that's gonna be great. So I can't fucking wait for it. Yeah, by all means, sausage it up, my friend. Okay, so yeah, there's you can resell some of your shit. Okay, I mean that's cool enough. I think that's like the ownership part's pretty fun about the Web3 world. And it I think it was it but yeah, just that was one of the things that some economies, let's say like Fortnite and things like that. I think it scared some of the classic business minds, and then they reeled it back. Same thing with PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Like the market there was endangering of dwarfing a lot of stuff, and so they pulled the market back on that too. And yeah, actually, Little Legion, we were just checking this one out a little earlier. I'm sure I'll put it there for a second, so that's remember. So yeah, we were checking this model out a little earlier. Pretty fun one. But if anyone else has an entry into any of the contests, so you're looking at Bjorn's entry into the Sandstorm contest recently too. So yeah, feel free to post those links and check it out. And, admire and gander. Go ooh. Well, the Legion, it really just depends on how much you want to just focus your efforts. And that's it's all up to us in terms of our time management, and I think you do just fine. And but yeah, Game Maker is also its own sort of entity in that regard too, and like how I mentioned, in a lot of ways, being able to work in the Game Maker is probably going to be worth a little bit more money as time goes on. There's going to be less people who are going to know how to work it, as opposed to as many people making voxel stuff. So yeah, definitely stay on the Game Maker. Just looking at how big, which ones are the biggest to smallest. That's 16. Okay. So that's 18. Hey, noisy noob. Welcome, welcome. Working on the bathtub. Having fun trying to recreate this sort of eggish shape, you know, in a sense. Which does kind of present its own fun challenge, you know. Especially in a blocky Web3 world, which is the Sandbox currently, you know. Closer to that sort of look that we're going for. Okay, let's, you know, it's good enough fucking experiment for now for me. I'm gonna go switch to Game Maker. Just wanted to try it. I wanted to mess with that angle. There's a certain time frame that we're looking to deliver some of these models, but at the same time, it's like the clients obviously wants to make sure that the quality is there in terms of like we're satisfied too with what we feel we can do in representing these items in the sandbox, and like how I was mentioning, some of the subtleness of the angles is what kind of defines this designer's style, and so I want to try to capture that. It's like right here we're seeing the making of that sort of oval shape that I'm working with. I had one attempt so far, which was kind of more of a traditional footprint of a bathtub, and so not quite looking for that. Looking once again for more of an oval shape, which is something that's going to be the sandbox isn't 100% adept to. It's a lot of creative, creative solutions need to be applied, should I say. Switch over to the Game Maker now. Alrighty. We got this game. So this is where we get a chance to do some level design. I'm just closing out our Voxedit. Oh, okay. Can't forget where I left off. Oh, that's right. Fix that. Okay. Yes. Hazard. Down to here. Okay. So is it doing? I think I could do some messing. Okay, I think I was gonna force the player back this way, I think, and then have him come back this way over that gap somehow, but I haven't got there yet. Back over here, escape. Go this way into this thing. Okay, add some tunnels there. Oh, hey, check that out. I'll jump up there. Nice. So those will have go through and come up over here. That's what we have happening. It's done. Okay. Alright. Still quite a bit to do. Let me fix this part real first. This wasn't playing out quite right. I think I'm running into it again. Fit one here, let's see. Just using the force, you know how it goes. So okay, are both Voxedit contests pretty much due right now? Like, or at the same time? I mean, it's today, correct? So I know that I know Pandas was. I forgot what that was. I want to say it's like mid-morning my time. I think that was supposed to be done. And then I want to check on the Voxedit thing. So I'm not mistaken. So I think that's also being released today too, in terms of who the winners of Voxedit contest was going to be. That does work. Carachon would know. Isn't the Voxedit and winners are supposed to be announced today, correct? So I'm curious how those results are going to go. I know there wasn't as many entries into that one, so. Like I said, I do think that yours and Max's is a very strong entry, so hopefully it'll place well. That'd be cool. Get some extra sand, you know? Yeah, I hope so too. I think you guys hopefully have a good shot at some sand. Because at least, yeah, I thought that, yeah, the way everything played out, I think you guys did a really good job. And, just in general, let alone the fact that, like, I know there's only so many entries that were made. So that's cool in terms of odds, you know? Oh, there's a random water cube just sitting there. Cool. See, even just doing that, this makes this look so much cooler already. I gotta get rid of the extra ladder there. And close that off so I can't jump down there. But yeah, I thought so. I thought I was going to push past there. I sure can. When things are like only like 1 or 2 voxels wide, like the side of these boards, sometimes you can push your way through them. Yeah, it's pretty funny. So I saw that and I'm like, uh-oh, I think I'm going to be able to do that there, which means I have to go over here and make sure that is blocked right here. Us players will be able to just wiggle their way through like I just did. Kind of don't think so now. I should just put, I can board that off actually. It was. What's up here? Okay. Close that off. sure I save this thing for a little bit of time. So, any plans we're sharing for the weekend? Chat? Nothing specific going on here. So just trying to get back into some kind of fucking rhythm. Great. Oh, cool. Got the Battle Cleaver, huh? Nice. And I like how what King's got going on already. I know it's only going to get better as time goes on here, and especially more features are available to landowners. And I think the Kingdom's car is going to be one of those that is going to stand out too, more than it already does. So, and because I know that there's more collaborations in the works. Like I know that like with the Pickaxe Masters too. So I know that there's some stuff going on already for that, which is fun. Because Pickaxe Masters are already really cool, and yeah, it does make a lot of sense with the goblins and some of the other design elements that King has got going on already. Oh no. I hate when I do that. When you click on the spawn thing from all the way across the map. Cool. Yeah, I actually want to go back and play more myself. That was one of the goals I wanted to have this past week, but obviously I got sick and just didn't work out that well. But do want to go play some of these games, especially before any of the new updates come out, because I kind of assume that a lot of them are going to break. So I don't want to play it before it breaks, you know? I guess I can't do that. Okay. Can't just force my way through there, so that's good. Whoa. Did not necessarily mean to do that, but that's okay. kind of need to go back and review some of this anyways. That's right, okay, that is not, we need to make that. Okay. Set up yet. No, it's not. Okay. Let's try this. Dude, buddy, it's checking. Okay, I might get up there now. Okay, I see what happened. Okay. I should fix that. This goes there. Alright, it did work. Nice. Okay. Fix this spot. It's amazing how much more fun Game Maker is when like you don't have a deadline. There's absolutely no pressure to finish this like at all. I'm just thinking that's fun. I like that. Like I just get to focus on making it like a fun game, you know? So yeah, it could be a little tedious in terms of like I gotta sit here and do this and looks all plain for a while, but like I said, there's no looming deadline, I don't have a fucking video to make for it, it's fucking great, you know? Oh yeah, I can imagine, Maxie, that could be torturous sometimes where it's like, oh, just gotta go get some. That's pretty cool at the same time though, you know, have nice fresh bakery shit like right there, right down the way from you. There's like a bunch of bakeries around me, but they sure as shit ain't like 2 doors down, man. It's like I have to get in a vehicle of some kind and go there. It's just not gonna happen as readily as that. Come here home. Well, see, that's the convenience factor, as I said. It's like it's part of what you're paying for. It's the fact that you don't have to do shit, so get it and eat it. You know what I mean? And I appreciate that. You know. Let me get rid of these. I don't need these anymore. You look fun, you know. There's really cool grids. So even if you don't necessarily have the set yet of the tunnels, that grid is supposed to be one of the free items. Hopefully it stays that way. Considering the new line of new announcements, right? That's cool. Yeah, I'm right in the middle of, well, basically I'm just about a mile or so. It's about miles or so, like about a mile and a half away from Disneyland, and it's like there's a bunch of random shit around here. And and then not too far from here is Little Saigon, where they brought refugees from Vietnam War over here, and so we got some awesome Vietnamese food any given time of the day. And then now they brought a lot of the Iraqis over here too. So there's a lot of Arabic food around now as well. So there's already like a Palestinian enclave that was in this area for forever. So got all kinds of commercial shit, got all kinds of independent little small places, and then plus being, in the land of Chicanos, like there's Mexican food everywhere. So so I'm pretty spoiled in terms of like actual like grub around here. And oops. Like there's like a relatively famous Mediterranean chicken place or kebab place that's not too far from my house here, and I grew up here and it was just always there, and people would be like, oh, you have a Zagku chicken next to you? Like, yeah. And I didn't even know what the hell it was for a long time. It was like I just knew it was there as a chicken place, in a sense. But then like people make like treks to come to some of the restaurants around here. I'm like, wow, did not realize that was so popular. Which is cool, dig it. People bust up Mexicans. Yeah, well, around here, it's like the border crossed a fair amount of us. Like we didn't craft across the border. So, sorry, thing. Some people live in Texas and close to the border, and like how there is a lot of crossings that happen over there, obviously, and they don't necessarily report it all that much. But like how it blew my associate's mind, like when I was telling him, like, yes, the whole stereotype of like immigrant workers hanging out at Home Depot to try to get hired for the day, like that's a real thing that happens here. Yes, like if you need to hire an undocumented Mexican worker, more than likely Mexican, yeah, that's not a problem. It's like you just go to Home Depot around here. But I guess the closer you are to the border, they don't hang out there because they're more likely to get caught and deported. Like I said, far enough away from the border here that our immigration police don't necessarily round them up with any kind of regularity. So, like, yep, that's a truism over here. It actually happens. I keep trying to tell. This is my theory, right? I don't have any evidence to back this up, or I haven't read it in any Illuminati manuscript. But I kind of theorize that at least here in the States and probably other places eventually too, is that they're going to use, like how you're saying, quote unquote, casual workers or undocumented workers. That's going to be the new working class. Like they're just going to use that as an excuse to basically create like indentured servants that will then justify like certain tax rebates, is what they're probably going to call it initially, to all of us, which is basically pay off money to like not have everyone riot. So I think that's gonna that's coming. Like I think that's part of the agenda. Like I bet money on it. Um, those are just gonna be a new type of indentured servant. So they're not gonna call it that. No, they're definitely not gonna call it that. Just like they're not gonna call it the working class, or the, I mean, or the labor class. No, they're not gonna call it that. But that's pretty much what it is. You know. And yeah, of course, they're gonna try and incentivize them with saying, "Oh, you'll be on your path to full citizenship by just working, yeah, Uberization, yeah, exactly. Like you'll be on your path to full citizenship is just be straight arrow and work hard, and you'll be that, and it'll never fucking happen. Watch, like, or it's like, or they'll take it away, or just whatever, because it's like even like here in the States, they had it to where this program where they're like, okay, if you go fight in our military for X amount of years, you'll get your citizenship. And then after X amount of years, they're supposed to start doing that. They're like, we're not going to do that anymore. It's like, so basically, you just created a mercenary army of foreign soldiers on the United States. Yeah, okay, got it. So, yeah, you know. Let's talk to her, shall we? Yeah, see, they always lie. They always say there, oh yeah, you're going to be able to do this, this, and that. And they're like, no, we're not, no. Like, why? Just because, no. These fuckers do. Then they get billions of other fuckers to argue amongst themselves about how these other blue fuckers are not as bad as these red fuckers, or whatever the fuck, you know, it is in your country, the colors. There's always just two of them. You know, in some places just one, even though they say it's two, but it's really just one party. I like this random red motherfucker better than that guy who wears the blue stuff. That guy who wears the blue stuff is just a weirdo who wants to help people and not have people pay for health care. What a psycho. It's politics for you. Oh, see, yeah, exactly. Yeah, Max. Yeah, that's like the. And what's such bullshit is probably there's so many UK citizens who are going to the Philippines to get their fucking nursing degree anyways, because that's a big industry for them over there. I know that. I understand that to be the case in terms of the education system, like how they are. The Philippine colleges tend to have. There's accredited universities, you know, especially like Manila and stuff like that. And yeah, it's cheaper to get especially medical degrees. And so yeah, I think that's also part of it where the UK is just like, you know what, we want more money too. You know, like that's we want money. That's why. My wife did her pharmacy degree in the Philippines. Then we ultimately did the invention thing, like I was ranting about a little earlier, which kind of changed the trajectory of even her professional career as well. Okay, I'll leave the debugging stairs right there for now. Hey, thanks for the follow, escape room artists. That sounds like a fun job, like, you know, your name, escape room artist. Yeah. I make escape rooms. Well, you know, just having fun making doing the game maker game here. I'm not sure if those who don't remember the saga or whatever. This was going to be the Smurfs game jam entry. It's a game I had a concept for a while now. Was going to do it for the game jam, but then like the marketplace glitch like just fucked up my plans. So I didn't end up entering it into the contest for the Smurfs game jam thing. But like I said, it's an idea I had for a little while since I had the Smurfs land. Honestly, that I wanted to try, and you know, it kind of it'll make for a fun sort of you know, demonstration of like game maker stuff. You know. Yeah, I mean, escape room in the sandbox does seem to make like a lot of sense. Like you can like a puzzle, like that sort of puzzle kind of aspect of things. And you can see how this is 1x1 land here, and there's a lot of space. So imagine like how many levels you could have of an escape room. Like it could be like, it can look even just like a mansion on top, but it's like you can have so many rooms, you know, as levels. Nice, that's cool. Yeah, that sounds exciting. You'll have to let us know when you publish it, escape room artists. I'm sure a lot of us here want to check it out. Very cool. Yeah, this game that I'm making is more of a parkour scenario in the sense of evasion, not so much like the fancy jumping thing like that most people think of in relation to Sandbox and parkour. So eventually there's basically going to be a shit ton of enemies that are going to try to get our protagonist. In this instance, it's going to be Azrael. Ooh, nice. That'll be fun, Karatros. I'm assuming it's some kind of sci-fi themed, considering you have so many sci-fi themed assets. That would be great. That'd be cool. Yeah, that's another one that sounds kind of fun to do, like a side scroller. I was actually originally thinking about maybe doing this one as more of a side scroller, but then I was kind of realized like we think like something like Crash Bandicoot. You know what I mean, almost. You know, like where, you know, like you're gonna like how. There we go. This spot. Down here when we start getting over here, because like how, you know, going through these kind of tunnels and then, you know, having to navigate these kind of different ways. Oh, I forgot to do this. I thought it would lend really cool to 3D instead, and so yeah, so this should be pretty fun. Especially in the beginning here, there's going to be, like I said, a lot of enemies. That's the whole thing about it. Yeah, I'd say the like Crash Bandicoot is kind of like that, but then also, you know, some classic 3D world type scenarios. and trying and having a little more freedom to try to evade things, as well. But and there will be some fancy jumping. Like this is just a debug bridge right here. But eventually there'll be this is where some of the time jump stuff will come in. And same thing with these rooms. There's going to be some hazards in here. Basically, you have to go through this ways. We'll be closing off certain pathways. And the timer thing you're seeing was actually just a debug thing that I had to, because I wanted to see how long it would take me to go from all the way to the bottom, all the way to the top. And it's just like a quick way to just start a timer and stop it. And that's what that is right now. It's not necessarily the actual countdown timer that's going to be there. Oh, I missed it. I was trying to do the thing I did last time, jumping around it. Uh-oh. It's been a little while since we've had some bots, hasn't it? Oh man, so you've been trying to do a classic board game too out there, Escape Room Artist. Yeah, I mean I was watching Cyber Dragon, and his board game concept is like, wow. I forgot how many thousand numpads he had, but it was like some ungodly amount of numpads they had controlling that thing. Rumor has it that that come the next update, there'll be less of a need to do as much of the numpad circuit board stuff. So it's kind of a pain in the ass. I have to chop that too. Let's do a tunnel. What do we do here? Okay. I'm just thinking what kind of hazards. Okay. But like I said, it's still kind of funny to me how much different Game Maker feels when there's no deadline. Reset logic. Yeah, the presets, that's huge. Oh man, like yeah, I've told the story here many times how like when they took the presets out, I was completely demotivated from Game Maker for a while. Even though I've been in the Game Maker Fund, I was still in the Game Maker Fund at that time. I'm not a Game Maker, I mean the Creator Fund. I would just pretty much just use it to test my assets. I wouldn't build it. I hadn't built shit in it. Because it was kind of like there's just so much like that you could used to be able to do with the presets, and then they took that away, and then I was kind of like, I don't want it. I'll come back to it when they come back to it, so to speak. I guess that didn't end up happening because I did end up making some more stuff, but I had to be remotivated, shall I say, when they took the presets away. Well, reset's also a relative term, so or at least it can be, because yes, because ultimately, like, there's a reset built into the game itself, right? Like, you can hit reset, and it'll start everything over. But we're talking like, if you need to reset, like, pieces, that's like a whole other ball of wax. And like how Cyber Dragon was showing, it's definitely possible. And I've seen, and I don't know if it's, I think it's public. but if you're on his Cyber Dragon's Discord, yeah, that's right. Yeah, 'cause it's on there. On Cyber Dragon's Discord, he released a new video of his Game Maker Fun game, which isn't the board game. It's a almost like a classic RPG style game where like where you encounter an enemy, you get teleported to another screen, and it's a kind of like a turn-based scenario. And it's like in that, like he's kind of doing a certain reset where you can kind of see where it's not a board game, but it has that similar kind of logic, Yeah, I mean, oh man, I was heartbroken too when Scale was removed from Voxedit. I was like, oh, but I could see why. I understand why, because yeah, you could totally break things. So, because you can imagine like if you wanted to keep scaling like a bunch of different little voxel sets inside of each other, and then had like thousands of them burst out of your animation. You know what I mean? But when you could scale, it did make like some of the like an ad hoc particle effect a lot easier to achieve, and it looks pretty cool. But yeah, like I said, even just doing like a particle effect of having these small simple shapes scale and dissipate, it's like I can see how if you really wanted to break it, you totally could. Just because you have so many calculations, and even the server would be like, "Fuck you." Speaking of Creator Fund, like I was telling some of audience earlier, um, I'm going to have to I'm going to have to pick out a new asset to do instead of the jet ski. Like, you should just release that one for your personal when the time comes. So, like, yeah, I think you guys are right. So, so eventually, like I said, I think that jet ski is probably gonna be one of the random assets, the random voxel assets. So, so don't be surprised. Somebody win a jet ski. So there'll be some other shit too. All kinds of chicken people. And yeah, I don't know. Like, I honestly, I kind of forgot that Cyber Dragon was in the Game Maker Fund for a while because he's not like a huge fanfare kind of fellow. You know what I mean? Like, so busy doing like work stuff and making tutorials for people and shit, and sometimes I think he just because of that he like kind of doesn't forgets to do his own stuff sometimes, and so when I finally got a chance to see what he was doing for the Game Maker Fund, I'm like, holy fucking shit, dude, this is awesome. Oh, I started making some items for him, you know what I mean, for that Game Maker Fund stuff, and I had no idea what I was making it for, and then until I got a chance to see it, and then like I say, you just published a new preview, which turned out really well. But yeah, and I saw like how he had achieved that classic RPG style system. It was pretty cool. Like how I'm sure if some of you remember like old Final Fantasy where you'd kind of walk around this 8-bit map, and then you'd be like encounter, and then you'd kind of be flashed or teleported to like this other place, and you do the fighting, and yeah, that's pretty much what happens. It's like, wow, that's really neat, in the sandbox here. So really cool stuff. I'm forgetting the name of it right now though. but it'll be really cool, and a lot of great artists working on the assets too. So it's looking really neat. And it has been fun to work. You know, it's not like we kind of any of us work on the same project together per se, like in terms of the actual asset, but it's fun to kind of be able to work in tandem with some of the people who are also contributing. So. I think so. I think yeah. I think I think you're not mistaken there. Like he was saying, I guess there's been some bugs. That's the main reason why it hasn't been released yet. I've heard that from a couple of different sources too. I think Touche's mentioned that as well on his stream. So while I'm using our studio stuff here, have you guys caught the previews that they've been posting on the sci-fi tunnels? Those things look really cool, man. I can't wait to get my hands on some of those. I'll have to come up with a new game to do for that when those get released. Like I said, I definitely intend on finishing this game because, like I said, it's like a pet project of mine since I participated in the Smurfs land sale. I wish I bought more land. I'm happy I have some land though, you know. But should have borrowed some money. I mean, whatever it was, and just like, yeah, this will be good. Don't worry, I'm gonna get you back. I know these tunnels are awesome, right? These outer studios pieces. They're so fucking cool, and they make making these tunnels super easy. As you can see, they snap together real simple like, and as soon as they go in place, it makes like your little area look legit, you know. They are four blocks wide. Oh my god, I did it on accident. Okay. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's from the outside, but this is also, oops. So you can see there's 3 inside, and I want to do this center so you kind of see. Boop. All right. So you got 3 wide and 4 tall. There's a little bit of a taper, as you can kind of see, but they're meant to snap together like that. And so, like I can see, it's 5 across from the outsides to snapping. And there also is a free grid. Here, I'll put that free. I'll show it real fast. There you are. And see, Bee Sting will come hang out with us sometimes. He's the architect behind these guys. But this is a free grid that you can place down there to you know, place your items or get an idea of how you want to place your items. So you can lay it out beforehand. I'll do it both ways, you know. Sometimes I'll use the force, like you just kind of saw me do. And then this, and because, like I mentioned, there was the marketplace glitch where stuff that you bought in the marketplace wasn't showing up in the game maker for a while, and that happened to be right when the Smurfs game jam was going on, and so I planned to use a lot of these things as part of it, and so since I didn't have the actual pieces, I was using that grid guide to kind of place everything. without necessarily having the items, which actually worked out pretty well. But next time I actually use them, I'll you know, plan out with the little grid maker there, because it does make it easier. Just like I said, this is a more casual scenario. This is just kind of like just for fun, really, literally just for fun to do this game. So I think it'll be kind of cool. Like I was telling Bee Sting, this is like kind of, you know, going in and putting items into a tunnel is one of my least favorite things to do in Game Maker. But like with the way these work, like I don't really care. Like, you know, it's not like it's makes it like not that big of a deal to me. Oops. I think I might have just placed a random one somewhere. No, I did. Okay. Hey Nate, thanks again for the bits. Thanks for hanging out, buddy. And yeah, have a good weekend too. I did notice your posts on Instagram. You know, wishing you guys all the best. Of course. Oh, that's cool, Wicked. You end up picking them up too. Yeah, these tunnels. Yeah, because they're cheap. It's like 15.75 sand or something like that. Hey, Medix, how's it going? Just doing some random game makering. That would be fantastic, you know. I was just sharing with everyone, Max, how it's amazing how much more fun Game Maker is when you have no deadlines on it. You know, when it's like purely for your own entertainment, it's fun times. That's debugging. I'll leave the debugging stairs for now. Yeah, Max, if you have a moment, and if you want to jump on, you know, just hit me up on Discord and I'll get you on here. If you want to say hi to everyone, forgot to run off again or something. Oh yeah, I remember you were saying that your daughter liked to just try to just beat up some wolves on a flat land. I think that's going to be a time-honored tradition in the Sandbox. So, wolf whacking. Yeah, we're just talking about the coolness, which is the Outer Studios tunnel system. I guess gotta think of some kind of sci-fi use now, too, because those are coming next. Caratros, yeah, sounds like a good one. Vestin, maybe, yeah. I work on Pandas. Yeah, I know that. When's that deadline? I know it's coming up pretty soon. It's pretty funny. Yeah, like I said, it's amazing how much more fun this program is when you don't have a deadline and it's not like I have to make a video of this shit. You know, it's just like, oh, I think I'm gonna do this. It's fun. Fuck, I hate game jams. So there's just a certain principle, I guess you could say, that this last one, it was good to participate because it was about, you know, kind of celebrating the community at large, you know, and that's all of us here. And so I thought that was you know, that alone made it worth participating in. You know, damn the winning, you know, so to speak, or who cares about it. It's like, how about we just, you know, celebrate what we all love here, you know. Yeah, and then plus, like how I mentioned, like if you have a game jam entry, you have a rushed game. Like there's like no way around it. Like no one ever designs specific. Even if you design something specifically for a game jam, knowing that you have to just hurry it up at one point, you probably still hurried something to get it done, right? And so that's the thing about these game jams. And so that's kind of where I was saying, like how when you don't have the game jam, like in terms of like you know, that's not your motivator. You don't have to worry about rushing like some of the QA. You know what I mean? You can go back and take as long as you want to decorate it. You know, things like that. So that's what's also really cool. And yeah, and beyond the Sandbox stream staff, like how that's why we try to include all of you who ever had a NPC character, um, you know, and also stream too, because it's like it's not just them. Honestly, we stream more. Like, so, you know, I know I stream more than them. You know, Max was streaming more than them. A little less now, but you know, some of us are on more. So, I didn't notice it till like when I was checking out some of my stats, or for whatever reason. I think I was cause I do plan on making some more alerts and things like that. Um, but I realized that I tend to go like 15 to 16 days straight before I take a day off until this recent sickness. So, you know, it's all of us here too who are streaming all the time as well, and playing the games and watching those streams and watching multiples of those streams, you know. Kind of giving the whole thing a look. Yeah, do you know what time that's supposed to happen today, Maddox? I know we discussed that and it was today, but I totally forgot. Which I remember you said the UTC time, which I want to say was like mid-morning my time or something like that, or like midday or some shit like that. I can't forget. If it's midday, I'm hoping I'm gonna be asleep, man. I just don't want to be awake during the day anymore. It sucks. Like the sun's oppressive, you know. It brings pain. Nighttime is comforting, you know. I think hopefully you guys get some dough, man. Like I think yours is one of the better entries. Like all bias aside, of course. Cause you know, like I'm not harsh about my like when I review stuff, but I mean I'll tell you, I'm not gonna pretend it's better than it is. You know what I mean? That's not really a good way. That's even to like anybody here. That's not how you get better, is being told like stuff that is only half true or embellishments. So, and I think that your guys' entry was definitely one of the stronger ones I saw in terms of just overall finish, integration of the story, execution in terms of the assets and aesthetics. So, but like how I mentioned, it's like I'm not a judge, and there's like specific criteria that they are judging on that we aren't entirely privy to. So it's kind of hard to speculate sometimes of like, you know, well this entry should be a top 5 or something. It's really hard to speculate that kind of shit. So you see, I'm kind of starting to decorate some of the blocks. So I do want to start setting up some of the hazards and things like that, and so the environment's gonna help dictate that. Character Russell woke up 4:30 morning. It's like, Voxedit results. Results. Is it time yet? It's not time yet. Okay. Yeah, good luck for sure. And anyone else who is in the chat and had entered into that one too. So I don't envy having to judge these competitions at all. It's one of the reasons too that like I don't necessarily want to do any kind of competitions other than maybe like how like this game, right? Like maybe do a competition on who could get through it fastest. You know what I mean? Because it's very objective, you know, in that sense. But like how some of the like the Voxedit stuff, for instance, very subjective. It's like how can you say like this Voxedit thing is definitively better than this one? Sometimes it's like that's really hard to fucking do, you know. That's what I mean by there's that criteria that you ultimately have to kind of come down to when it comes to some of these different competitions. But yeah, I'm curious to see the results for this game jam. And like I said, well, this also more than likely means that tomorrow's stream is going to be kind of like an emotional support stream. So, like all post game jam fucking streams are, whether I have entered something or not, this tends to be the case. Because there's something that someone's pissed off about almost every single fucking time. So. Yeah, and that's the whole other thing too. Cause, it's gonna take a while for them to send you this fucking sand, anyways. So those rewards don't go out right away. So just keep that in mind, all of you future winners. Well, yeah, and if especially if you won something, just shut the fuck up. Just be happy. It's like you didn't hear me complain after Monochrome, right? I said nothing. So sure, I ain't coming first, but I'm not gonna complain about that one. At one point, I could imagine Caratrocious get used to it, especially for someone like Seb, who I think has to do some of the distribution on some of those things or authorize it. Especially at that level, because it's like you gotta be confident in your system. You know what I mean? And you gotta show that to everyone too. Like, sure, I'll send $1 million right now. Sounds like something Seb would have to do, Especially when you have all your different partners, putting in a lot of money, having the confidence to be like, oh, we do that kind of transfer this way. I think that's something that some of them want to hear, say we. Maybe. Don't doubt it. I mean, he's French. There's going to need to be a lot of texture on this motherfucker. So, I can see why, just instinctually, I'm kind of like, let's go ahead and start changing some of these blocks up. Because, yeah, it's gonna need a lot of them. Might be a good time to do round 2 of marbles, actually. How to come with Shakespeare? Like in the kind of pretty much for the obvious reasons that it was a funny play on Shakespeare, and it was also, if you go backwards in time, when I first started using it in the 90s, and when it was just like message boards and shit on Prodigy, and I was doing alcohol reviews, and I would do alcohol reviews under the name Shakespeare, and like I've shared on stream here before, it was kind of funny to me because back then people would make fun of the fact when I would say like, hey, get Zima, and then you put juice or Skittles or anything in this motherfucker, and it tastes amazing, and it's a malt beverage, fucks you up faster. And everyone was laughing back then, but now everyone's drinking the Trulies, which is essentially what I just fucking said. And so I was just like, see, even back then. But and then eventually I used to do Quake 2 competitively before you can actually get like paid real money to fucking be competitive at anything in games. And I was using the name Anacrime on that, but then like once everything kind of went to Counter-Strike, I went ahead and changed my competitive handle to Shakespeare. So that was like my competitive Counter-Strike name at one point, and then I just kind of kept it from then to on everything else I was using. So that's the That's the encapsulated version of where the name derived from. But yeah, we used to do the LAN party thing, all that kind of shit. Everyone had the big ass monitors, you know? They had to lug around. But like how I mentioned, like, you know, people from, you know, Thresh's clan, for instance, from QuakeWise would go to our LAN parties, for instance. So we had, you know, top ranked clan in Quake there for a while. It's kind of trippy now how people can actually fucking make money playing, you know? That's some John Teeter motherfucker. I'm sure Karatros knows that story, right? The John Teeter story. I don't know who else here is familiar with that. Anyone else familiar with the John Teeter story? If you're not, it's definitely one of those weird stories worth looking up. I'd be surprised if Karatos hasn't heard of John Teeter's story. Okay, but wow. Basically, John Teeter was supposedly a time traveler who had came back, and now it was on a message board. I forget which one where it started from, but basically, the what happened was the people were making predictions about the future, and this guy started chiming in, and it was like, "Hey, I'm from the future, but it's an alternate timeline. So a lot of stuff that happened in mine won't happen in yours, but it's like this is some of the stuff that might kind of cross over." I forgot what some of it was. It wasn't necessarily that it was that accurate, but like the guy was saying, he's like, it's not. It's our timelines are different, and what got people's attention though was because people started quizzing him. They're like, "Well, then why the fuck you back? Why are you here?" And he's like, "Well, I had to come back for some parts, that for some machinery because of the standards of machines. Kind of did a fork at one point, and our fork went this way, yours went that way, and I'm trying to get this IBM machine." And so that's the IBM machine they mentioned though is what made it so intriguing, because there was only so many of them made, and it was one of the few computers still that is based on zero. So most of, even though it's binary, most of them are still means on is like beginning. You know, this one was set as off as the as start point, and yeah, this is and so basically there was similar stuff that this guy would mention that would kind of make you wonder, like, shit, is this guy like really? Is it like this is like one of the best like mind fucks ever? or maybe there's some validity to this because like he would explain like the theoretical application of like why they needed that computer, and it kind of made sense, right? And and but then like, and he said I'm gonna leave after a certain point, and so like at that point came, and yeah, he was gone. Like no one could find him, and like people couldn't trace his IP, and you know how it goes, especially back then. Like the hackers could really hack into your shit. Like it was even this more difficult, you know, or less difficult than it is now to kind of like, you know, clone your shit, find your shit, and stuff like that in terms of classic IP tracking and stuff. And so there was this weird trail like in that sense too, where it's like you couldn't find this guy. And so it's kind of been one of those just random stories because it just kind of ended there. Like, you know what I mean? It's like there was some there's enough validity there to make you think like, what the fuck, dude? What? Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, oh, yeah, John Teeter. So it's like regular like John and then Titor. Yeah, it's because it's weird. It's one of those weird stories that you can't really prove or disprove. And the saga went on long enough, and in front of public spectacle, to be like, yeah, some dude did that or talked about that. But then in terms of time shit, this is stuff that once again, it's like you wouldn't believe it unless it came from like an official fucking story or source, right, or something. And like I don't think people understand that. This is why like some people are afraid of CERN, because weird shit has happened around CERN, the big hadron collider. Like it's one of the weirdest stories, right? Okay, there's two of the weirdest stories. Okay, and they're loosely related, or at least they're supposed to be related. Okay, so like one of the times that they had to postpone the CERN hydrogen collider thing was because one of the vents was clogged. And so they're trying to figure out which vent was clogged, and once they finally figured it out, it was like this hard to reach, obscure one. It was like a pipe, kind of like the fucking, you know, Death Star and shit. Someone nailed this unbelievable shot with a baguette in like an impossible way. Like it would have to have been like a helicopter or something. And so even the scientists at large, they didn't have an immediate theory that made sense. Like, oh, maybe a bird had this baguette and it just dropped it, and it just happened to fall right into the vent, and that was the accepted fucking excuse. Okay, time goes forward a little bit more, and they're gonna do this test again, and they catch this dude breaking into all the fucking soda machines. He's breaking into the soda machines. He's taking out Mountain Dew. Okay, he's taking out Mountain Dew, and I think it was like, I forgot what other chips it was or something like this, right? Okay, so the security catches him. They catch him. And they interrogate him because like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? And I guess they're saying he looked like an 18th century golfer almost. You know what I mean? Like this weird fucking dress, right? And he was saying like how he's from the future, or from a future, and that he was sent back to make sure that the CERN hadron collider wasn't turned on at certain times. And they're like, well, why are you stealing the soda? And they're basically saying like how the caffeine is what was going to keep some of the scientists up long enough to be able to do it by a certain point. So if he was able to take out the caffeine sources, this should delay things just long enough to where it wouldn't be an issue. Alright. And so the cops just like, okay, psycho, you know what I mean? And they're just like, whatever. Okay, and then this is the weird part though. So they got this guy in the holding cell, and he disappears. And they never see him a fucking again. Like, this is like I said, this isn't made up shit. This is like a documented fucking thing. That this crazy dude dressed like an 18th century golfer tried to, and the thing is, during his confession, he talked about getting this baguette into that vent. You know what I mean? And so, like I said, just weird shit like that. Weird stories that it's like, you wouldn't believe them, and that's like someone else's, like an official thing said, yeah, that happened, you know, it's like the documentation of this weird motherfucker who was arrested at CERN is definitely traceable, etc., etc. So, one of those strange time traveling stories make you go, huh? That's pretty fucking weird. Well, looks like I need another drink, so I will be right back one more time. We'll do another round of marbles, I think. So, give me a second. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Hey, welcome, Hendro Cools A322. Alright, now where was I? Oh yeah. We're gonna do some marbles, that's what we're gonna do. So tried to avoid the black hole creation, Karatros. Yeah, I forgot what it was. It was something, but there was a reason why. Like, I forgot exactly what the person was insinuating that was going to happen should the thing be turned on. But I don't ascribe to the we're gonna implode ourselves thing. I think it's like the electromagnetic weirdness. I think that is enough in that sense to just cause a lot of weird shit to happen, man. Like, okay, here we go. Let's do the Grand Prix. We'll do 3 races. So feel free to vote on the map that you might want to play right now. Okay, so basically, Voxedit announced it's going to be in about 6 hours. Cool. So thanks, Max, for tagging us on that. So that'll be cool. So we know Karatros, we know Maddox. I don't know anyone else here who entered the Voxedit. One more map slot. Everyone wants to vote. It's a good call, Wicked. It's a good call. Let's do Hind Hills. We haven't done Hind Hills in a little bit. Here we go. First map, Devil's Chaos. Spooky. And it's a weekend, so we know that a lot of our usual streamers are not going to be streaming at their usual time, that being like half dark, for instance. So I'll be going a little longer than usual. like how I mentioned, I'm trying to get resynced back up to where I was before because sun sucks. I just don't like how it beats down during the day on you and saps your will to do anything. It's just amazing. Like I think everyone just is okay with this. I don't understand. Like it's just if you didn't have to be up during the day, I bet a lot of you wouldn't, because you'd be like, holy shit, the sun does sap your will to be, doesn't it? It's like, yes, it does. It fucking does. It's amazing. I have so much empathy for those that are the daywalkers. It's like you don't understand how the burden of the sun is pushing down on you, making every step way more and more. It's amazing, you know. It took me getting sick to just remember this again, I guess. You know, I'm gonna be up during the day going, "Oh my God, this is horrible, man, I'm sick." You know. But I feel much better now. It's just, like I said, just trying to get my schedule resynced back to, you know, pleasant times. Hey, Nobbler, welcome. Alright, let's think of what kind of... I'm open to suggestions for what kind of fun sci-fi inspired games might be kind of good for once the new Outer Studios stuff is released. So I got Azrael's Escape right now. That's what I'm using the tunnels for. Well, that, you know, like I said, I'm not in a rush, but it's also not going to take forever for me to finish that game. So I gotta think of something with space corridors. I mean, I think everyone is thinking aliens or something, right? It's like it kind of begs for like aliens to be involved somehow. I think maybe, I don't know. And I definitely enjoy doing the game maker. It's something, you know, I don't know how to explain it. I think I do enjoy the puzzle aspect of making things in the game maker. There's Kirtros. I knew I was waiting for someone who's fashionably late. That's cool. Yeah, I'm like, I kind of almost want to do like a spoof on aliens or something like that. You know what I mean? Like where it's supposed to be kind of like the movie Alien, the first one, but it's more like kind of goofy, like as if when you see those mods where Thomas the Tank Engine is the one that's coming at you, though. You know what I mean? But obviously not Thomas the Tank Engine, but something kind of goofy like that. Because yeah, I think, you know, like how Caratrust said, I can imagine your effort is going to be a lot more like sincere in that sense than mine would be. And like I said, I just love having fun with just like, is it a fun game to play, and can I do it real quick in terms of like, you know, a one person show for the most part. You know, let's get this show on the road for now, shall we? Yeah, I definitely would love to see what you got and what you could do with those Caratross, because I mean, you already have some really neat sci-fi assets. Woo! Oh wow, Caratross got a good jump on that one. Caratross wants this win. Look at this. Wants the record too. It's a fairly long race. This one goes. The Voxmaker Mark has our current fastest time at 3 minutes. Uh-oh. Albert just fell off. But globally, just over a minute. Oh no, keeper. Got the escape room artist taking it nice and slow and steady. Caratros still wants this win. Uh-oh, except he got launched. Except I can't even find him. I can't even find... Oh, wow. I think he might be in orbit now, Caratros. You went really far, dude. Like, I don't even know where you went. Holy crap. Wow, someone finished this in a minute 7. That just seems kind of, like, unreasonable. Yeah, you wouldn't. It's worth it when you go flying that far. It's like, at least I think so. Like when that happens to me, like when you get sent like super far, that's the best part. The escape from Mars, way back here, finally gets through those obstacles. Oh, Wicked couldn't hold on. Wow. Let's see if we're able to survive here. Look at this. So I think these things are easy to fall off right here too. Yeah, at least you haven't died though, so that's good. Uh-oh. Okay, there you go. Uh-oh, there you go. Uh-oh. Let's see. Hey, it says you're first now though. Look at that. See, slow and steady. Might be winning the race here. Wow. Uh-oh, I think I just fell off. Oh no, hey. I thought I'm sure I was dead. This is one of the slower ones I've seen of this too, because I mean, almost a full minute later. Oh, look how close this is. Look at that. Oh, who's gonna make it? Archer flew. Wow. Oh, look at that for a second. Look at the difference. Look at that. less than a tenth of a second difference on everyone who actually finished. That's fucking trippy. That's a good one. Uh-oh. Hold on. Archer flew. You're just what's it called? Just cleaning up today. That was probably one of the closest finishes I think we've seen so far. Yeah, it is, man. Getting stacked up on some items here. That's cool. That was definitely a good one. It seemed like it wasn't going to be as much of a nail biter as it ended up being. That's pretty cool. Caratros must be waiting to be fashionably late again. Hi, Caratros. There he is. Portal Purgatory. This one's pretty funny. No, all good, all good. Yeah, I'm just... So no, we're not in a rush today. We're not. There's no one to raid. So, just kind of casually going at it. Like I said, I'm trying to extend my day anyways, so I can be back synchronized to the usual streaming time here. Yeah, Caratross, check it out. Check out John Teeter's story. I think you'll like it. Oh yeah, I know. You're definitely waiting for the answers to the placement of the Voxedit game jam. Don't worry, you're only, what is it, 5.5 hours away now? Something like that? Yeah. 5.5 hours away, buddy. That's it. Archie's like, let's go, damn it! I want to win again! Just kidding. Alright, let's go. This is one of those maps that can either be done kind of quick or you can kind of get stuck for a little while. As you can see, like I have one of the fast times of 54 seconds. Someone, the global fastest, 31 seconds, 31.5 seconds. And yeah, it all doesn't even matter until you get over here. So, and then I'll be able to see people popping out the portals up on top. It's great. Yeah, any Aokiers in here? Vox Machina usually here for this time. I know he got a gold one. That's nice. It, you know, that's what he does. He wins. I mean, none of them look bad, I think, in terms of just like the designs, you know what I mean? So that's cool. Oh, wicked, there you go. See you later. Keeper got a huge bounce. Uh-oh. You bounced in. Oh, wow. I hope you caught that Keeper top shot. That was an intense bounce you just did. I thought for sure you were screwed on that one, but nope. It bounced right in. Oh, Escape from Mario Sky 2. There it was. Very similar. Nice. That one didn't take forever this time, so, but a lot of us did die. Oh, really? That's too bad. Wicked that treatment didn't go as planned. That's funny. I know. It's pretty. That puts you pretty good. Yeah, look at that. That's close. It's gonna be a close one here. Haunted Hills. That's cool. You got a got an Aoki there, Nobik. Whoa. My fault. Clicking too many places. Okay. That's not bad. That's not a bad thing, Wicked. Especially I mean, both of them, all of them are good. 15.75 sand on the one, 21 point, what is it, 25 or something like that on the other. You know, Battle Cleaver is definitely going to sell out probably soon first. And yeah, you'll see that thing's going to go for at least 3x. You know, more than likely. All of them do. And the Battle Cleaver is pretty strong too, I've noticed. It's a pretty good whacking item. Get our names up on the board so you can see, just in case. So I know sometimes I forget to hit exclamation point play again. Oh yeah, I had an intro. Yeah, this is Haunted Hills. Escaping Artist is one of their stream favorites here too. Yeah, watch out for those ghosts. You know, going by there. Those are ghost marbles. They take you and kill you. Who are we missing? Archflu. I'm not sure if I'm seeing you. Hey, Drakusha, what's up? Glad you can catch our race here. Noisy Noob, welcome. Good timing. You know how we like to have as many marbles as we can for some marbles races. Alright, so we got 9 this time. This is a fun map too. It is the last round, it is. But there's only been 3 races, so it's theoretically possible. Number one, every race winner gets the prize too, and then we have the Grand Prix. And well, being only 3 races, there might be a chance if the other 2 don't place or get killed in the process of this race. Especially with Pine Hills here, you know, we have like some pesky ghosts who like to drag you off into the abyss. So let's see what happens. Go. And into the cauldron. Look out for those ghost marbles. They are not friendly ghosts. Uh-oh, it's coming after someone. Watch out, look out who's gonna get. Oh, Archer flew. Uh-oh. We got zombies coming out of the ground here. Watch out for that ghost coming back. Archflu has been drugged off to their demise by the ghost marbles. Let's see, are we gonna be able to make it inside before these spirit marbles snag someone else? You gotta watch out though, they'll be back. Through the window we go. Drakusha is our local stream champion in terms of time at 2 minutes 19 seconds. It's fun, all the different little noises they got going on, the knocks and everything, those little marbles hanging. Yeah, watch out, those spirits are gonna come back. Sometimes the snacks, and then see, so far so good though. Oh, Nobbler comes out to win. Nice. So let's see how that went. Oh, I can't even set on that. It's kind of bullshit. Alright, see who wins the Grand Prix, shall we? Dobrik for third. Escape Bar second. Archer flew. Second Grand Prix win of the day. Even being eliminated by the Spirit in that last race. But look at that. Escape Bar is so close. 3 points off. If you would have placed slightly higher in any one of the other races, Escape Mars would have been yours. Okay, let me see what I'm gonna go back into. Let's go back into Voxedit. So this is the weapon I was working on last time, and I think it's going to be changed. Because yeah, there's some stuff that just isn't quite working. But I also don't want to necessarily have to like scrap everything. So we'll see how this goes. One second, be right back.
Trying to chase after hoes, addicted lifestyle that I chose. Tripping out on how that track lays, like I'm running railroads. So listen up, I got a story to tell, I got something to sell. I got a digital scale, I got a vision like a hustler. Vocab, a little different, and time they keep ticking while the record keep on spinning. I let you know just how I'm living, my mind is stay driven like a jackhammer drilling. Call it juice, I keep spilling for the children, spitting liquid fluid. I told you from day one, that's how I do it. Rock consuming.
Okay, so yes, what I think I'm going to do is it was going to be kind of like a basically a glove, right? So I'm going to change this now to be not necessarily the glove. It's going to be gauntleted, yes, of course, but then I'm also going to make like kind of like a staff element to it. but I'm gonna have to test it again inside the game maker. Yeah. That's part of me while I upload this. I said I don't tend to stream this part just because who cares? I mean, oh, we've all seen what it's like to update items, you know. And it becomes that if I have to, or if it's of specific interest, then yeah, I'll go ahead and show what's up with that. But also the game maker wasn't necessarily updating like when I went to go try it out before, so I'm kind of curious if that's going to work for me this time or not. Because last time it was not. That's cool. Yeah, 3ds Max and Blender obviously are definitely different animals for sure. But you could do so much in those other programs for sure. I know it's theoretically possible to make voxel stuff in both of them. This is where we are spoiled with Voxedit and magic of voxel when it comes to that aspect of things. Let's flip to my game maker. Yeah, it doesn't look like it updated. Let's see. Great. Yeah, see, it didn't update. Okay, that's fucking frustrating. So, because yeah, that's the old. It's like didn't even update like the. Didn't even update the sparks. This is like a really old version right here. That's totally wrong. All right, that's obnoxious. Let me check and make sure I got the right one going on. Cause yeah, that's not. Yeah, see. Okay. Nope, still didn't update. Alright. Well, that's annoying. It's going to flip back to this guy. Oh, but that's what happens when you modify the wrong fucking keyframe. It's not just it, but there you go. And now that those other two are the same, I can just get rid of this one. It doesn't have to be there. But as you can see, it is old texturing, etc., etc. It doesn't have the spark going on. So I don't know what's up with that. This is one of those things with Game Maker. Sometimes it's so frustrating. Trying to work on something, you can't check it. But as we saw earlier, everything else is working just fine. trying to think of what. I said I was thinking about maybe putting a staff in, like kind of like a staff in a sense, but maybe it's like a gauntlet with some kind of like axe end or something. Because I gotta change it pretty much completely, like to a certain degree. I don't have to get rid of the whole glove thing, but I have to make it work a little bit better. This it feedback from my team lead, but then also so I agree with it very much. That yeah, exactly. Sometimes it like you have to go into the game, and it'll show the old assets. Then you come back out, and then you go back in, and then it'll update. Yes, this is true, but like some reasons it's not doing it right now. I'm only so worried about it at the moment, and if all else fails, because this isn't really like ready to go yet. I can always just delete it and then put another one in there. Yeah, I'm thinking of how to make this so it works a little better in the classic sense of the weapons of Sandbox here. So. So I'm also kind of just swinging around and looking at different angles. Because problem is with gloves and stuff like that, they need to be pointed the same direction as the arrow here, or else you're essentially just hitting with the side of like the handle thing. Now you can put it at a right angle, but then it looks like your wrist is broken or something. So there's a whole other ball of wax in that regard. And so this is kind of where I'm trying to think of what I can do to kind of modify it to work more as a classic bladed weapon, but also look like it's necessary to have a oversized gauntleted fucking hand. Okay, I think here. Alright. I think I might do the whole axe-like kind of blade. Maybe have it... Okay, so it goes this way. Now I see why I was just thinking to myself. Just add a staff and you're fucking done. Which could be the case. I think let's just do that, just because I want to do something rather than just stare at this fucking thing. Okay, let's do 64. Why not? Oh wait, that's a. What did you play on me about? Let's just play that on top, yeah. Usually I do this outside of the template file, but it's not that big a deal. Hey, it's woke Snowy Lepus. How's it going? Um. Okay, they're like the lead did approve it. Okay, the concept, right? Now they're now the execution of the angle of the attacks makes it kind of awkward, and I agree with this. And this is kind of one of the things I kind of realized more as I kind of did the work on it and was trying to adjust the angle to kind of be part of a gauntleted sleeve to maybe be able to do the right angle bend to make it look right in terms of uh, the angle of attack when thrusting forward. And and because that is off, I don't like it either. I've submitted a certain way of it, and but yeah, it's kind of like we're all saying the same thing. So I want to try to change that, and I was trying to think of a way that wasn't going to cause a bunch more fucking calculations for no good reasons. Um, oops, wrong one. And so I was thinking I can pretty much avoid a long redesign if I just kind of put like a staff in the hand. Um, Problem solved. Probably. And it can give me more reason to do some more sparks in that sense too. That's what happens. Don't want that there. Yeah, change all the avatars' attacks. Yeah, I'm sure they'll be all right on that. I'm sure they'll be right on. Well, I mean, it's kind of funny like how it does act kind of weird considering like how there is like a swinging fist animation with when it's like there's no. It looks like it's just throwing punches when you don't have any item equipped. You know what I mean? But it's just like when you put something there, it just I don't know. It's like just a subtle change that just doesn't look quite right. Yeah, I kind of wanted to poke at this and see what I can do. Like I said, the jet ski has essentially been rejected, so it's going to be one mystery voxel item. So we'll bring that up. Okay, and not this bullshit one. Okay, this was the bullshit compromise that I tried doing, which has the blocky bottom. Okay, it's not going to be that one. It's going to be this other one over here. Let me open it. It'll be this one with the more smooth, with the rounded bottom. Not blocky enough. And they're basically like, we like what you're doing. It's just it's not blocks because it has to be blocks. It's like, oh, you know, that's fine. It's fine. Yeah. See, so say I'll make a perfect giveaway for you guys. So yeah, I'll do something else for like the aquatic vehicle thing. Um, I'm actually kind of thinking like a I forgot what they're called, but they're like they're like the personal sort of underwater propelling kind of devices. You know what I mean, because I can make that kind of blocky, and but at the same time I can give it a propeller. You know what I mean? It'll look kind of cool. Yeah, I know. And like, it's kind of funny. I've seen just as many leads leave. Like now, there's so many. I've been through so many leads now as well. Is B Sting and I were like laughing about that because like he's saying he pretty much had the same lead this whole time that he's been Creator Fund until recently, where now he's been put on inactive because he got too much stuff going on at our studios too, of course. And I'm like, how many leads have you had? He's like, I think just the one. I'm like, dude, I think there's been like, I think I'm on like the 7th one now or something like that. You know what I mean? Oh, and that's not counting how many times Camilo had to step in and kind of act as our lead, you know? Well, that was a funny thing about it because they're saying that they didn't necessarily want too many low poly things. So I'm like, sure, not a problem. Like I could do pretty high face count, not a problem. And it's like, okay, that's just too smooth though. Like, all right, fine, that's fine. I said that'll be part of our other giveaways and stuff. And of course, here's the beginning of this bathtub that I got started. Oh. Which is cool because it's like this is why Maddox and I actually do enjoy doing these other projects that that aren't necessarily destined for the sandbox kind of criteria like even game jams are, because this is just like, okay, create something that is curvy in sandbox. That's what the client wants, you know what I mean? And of course within the hard limits that the sandbox has, of course, but those hard limits are a lot more lenient than might lead you to believe. Like how a lot of us know, like Lambro is something like 13,000 bases or something like that. What did I do? I did something. Oh my god. It's doing the weird thing again. It is. Okay. Then this is another one of those examples of a non sandbox related or official item in that sense, but officially licensed item by the designer we're working with, bringing Jane. And they said bringing contours, to the sandbox. And everyone's saying it. Playing is the future, man. It is future sandbox. And like with this one, like we're seeing like how I want to do some experiments with the texturing, and like you can see how there's that, and then like this one doesn't have anything, and you can kind of see because of how everything is placed. Let's just kind of just do this right now since we're fucking here. Okay, we're gonna go ahead. It's that one. So, and we're going to go 7. Who am I not going to use? I'm not going to use this one. So 9, 57, this one. Okay. I'll go up a little bit like this. Okay, curious. Let's see. Should give us another effect. There we go. Okay. This is the stuff I want to play with. So I want to see if we, how to simulate like a metallic sheen on some of these different surfaces. Because this is kind of like a gold table, right? So can we make it look gold? I mean, in different ways. So, especially when it comes to these types of round objects, like having no Z fighting is notoriously difficult on some of these rounded surfaces. But this is some of the stuff that we specifically are meant to be playing with, and that's what's cool about working some of the stuff outside of, like I said, the Creator Fund. Yeah, it's definitely a weekend. There's absolutely no one on, is there? I've already been going for 4 hours, which, as a lot of you know, is usually is double my usual time. But like how I could just kind of go into this a little bit. You can see how here's the leg, like without the plating, right? And then now here it is with the plating. You can kind of see that these are all other single pieces there, and that's what's creating like a lot of this is the duplication of the base of that jagged base. Because a lot of these aren't necessarily that many faces. They might be like 12 faces or something like that, maybe something. That'll be a fun table. So I'm kind of curious if this thing will update for me, like in terms of being able to using the marketplace. So let me do this. Okay, I'm gonna try something. I'll make sure. I want to see if this will update this time or not. So when, for one, I was on the Matic network. I want to switch off of Matic. I'll do this too. Okay, just uploading that update here. Okay, let's go ahead and load up Game Maker again. See if it actually updates this time. So we got less than 5 hours now, Caratros. You'll know the results soon. Just loading up the game maker right now. As you know, it takes a little bit of time. So the thumbnail still has not updated. Let's see. Nope, still is not updated. That's obnoxious. Okay, let's. This is kind of what Escape Room Artist was mentioning. But yeah, see, this did not update. That's annoying. The thumbnail hasn't updated either. That's weird. Let me try going to a different one. Yep. See, and you can see this was the first test for the chicken drone. So this is my chicken drone test vehicle. Oh yeah, and you can see that's where the the gliders. Yeah, that's right. I totally forgot about that. It was going to be possible to make them glide, but it just kind of wasn't worth it. Like, ultimately, it's what it came down to. Hey, Huddle. Trying to do some tests and asset here. Game Maker isn't updating for me, and I was like, oh yeah, it's the original Proro chicken drone. So that was it right there. But and originally I was gonna have it try to launch the gliders, but didn't end up working out that way. Yeah, that's weird. I don't understand why that didn't update for me. This dude, so gotta start making some of this track here, so let's do that too. Let's do that. While I'm here, do a few more things before I call it a day. Wow, let's see what this looks like in here. It's pretty fucking big. Look at that. Oh. Oh, jeez. Oh my god, it's chasing me. See, that's what I mean. Parkour. Here we go. Uh-huh. That's pretty intimidating when it's chasing you. Oh my god. It might have to be left in the game. Has it been updated? I don't think so. I think we're still on 624, yeah, same one. Oh my god, look at that thing. Yeah, I think it's huge. This one's gonna sell out, I'm pretty sure, so if it hasn't already. Whoa. But you can see how being chased around is pretty fun. Oh. Well, it can't get past the river though. It's like, this river is too vast. Let's see. I don't think Azrael was intended to be used as a player character. Yeah, it's pretty damn big. Oh, because it's a melee enemy. Got it. That's a pretty good amount of hit points though. That's nice. That's trying to decide how I want to create certain barriers here. So let's go do this first. I can't wait for them to there to be an actual update to Game Maker here, though. We've been promised 7 for a while now, and hasn't happened. Yeah, that's what I hear too. I hear that there's just a bunch of bugs that have made it not a good idea to be released right now. That's too bad. You know, just like the alpha, you know, obviously I think it's supposed to have been released already too, but it hasn't been. That's gonna be interesting. Once again, alpha times are always such a trippy time. Yeah, apparently the blocks are also something that's kind of been like taken out or something too. So for being decentralized, they sure do make a lot of centralized kind of decisions, don't they? Well, yeah, whenever you're comfortable there, woke snowy lepus. Um, so yeah, it is harder to stream like if your system is complaining at you the whole time. Yeah. Here. Okay. Yeah, no kidding, huh? It's like, oh, it's coming. 7's coming. Then it's like, no, it's not coming anymore. It's like, yeah, just kidding. And then this new announcement about the the marketplace, like how like there's not going to be free market items or something like that, or they want to change it to whatever. Um, that's a whole other thing, you know. Yeah, it's not necessarily the most outlandish position, in terms of the marketplace and things like that, but it's just kind of trippy the way it was executed, in the sense that like how if this is supposed to be a decentralized affair, then how are these just unilateral decisions just made then? And is that indicative of what we're going to be seeing in the future, or is there going to be some kind of voting power given in relation to marketplace stuff like this, as opposed to just like, okay, yeah, this is just how it is. Everyone get used to it. I mean, oh, I'm not like pitching a fit per se. I'm just asking logical questions as it relates to like what the whole idea of the decentralized concept speaks to. So. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, I know. That's what I was saying. The presets like we were mentioning with, especially with something like this right now. Yeah, absolutely, it would make a huge difference. And so, I mean, maybe that does mean that when all's said and done, that there'll be kind of like version 2 of a lot of these different game jams, I guess. Because yeah, it seemed like you'd want another crack at some of them, you know. Yeah, this tower defense one seems like it could be pretty difficult given current limitations. You know? So I'm not looking to get into any game jams right now. But I'm definitely curious. It'll be fun to play the entries once they start rolling in for the this tower defense. And we did get a chance to play some of the Sandstorm ones, which I thought some of them were done pretty well. Yeah. The other ones you can tell where it's like the challenge of the game maker itself, or that was like their idea, wasn't a good one. You know what I mean? And some of the entries that I played that maybe weren't so smooth, shall I say. Yeah. Thinking now might be a good time for me to call it a day. Almost 4.5 hours is a good amount of time. Just kind of been hopping back and forth, just kind of getting back in the swing of things here. Considering, like I said, I had that whole sickness bout this past week. But, you know, now should be getting a little bit more back to the regular schedule. And so at least I'll be back on usual time. And we'll see. I'm curious to see if Cyber Phoenix is going to be streaming at the same time that they have been with Red Panda doing the helm there for the Cyber Phoenix crew at the streams. So I know he's talking about switching it up, switching up times maybe as we get closer to the alpha, and since we're getting closer to alpha, I think that that time might be coming. If that's the case, then yeah, I'll be on, you know, and then handing it over to Half Dork, you know, as he comes on. But as most of us know, Half Dork takes the weekends off, and he's been streaming a little more Sandstorm lately too, which is kind of cool. So we get a double dose of the dork some days. Isn't that kind of cool? That's kind of cool. I thought so. So. But yeah. And I've stretched now, like, how long I've been up for a while, which is good, because I want to do that. Like I was mentioning, I just don't like being awake during the day. It's just, there's this oppressive ball of fire in the sky. It tells you everything is harder to do because it's hotter, you know? So yeah, starting to make I want to make the track here for this game though. Starting to get it really kind of fleshed out and at least somewhat playable. So it doesn't have to be finished like completely all the way, but I'd like to eventually publish a version for you guys to check out, and then we can kind of refine it from here, you know? Exactly, yeah, embrace the night. Embrace it. But alright everyone, thanks for showing up, thanks for hanging out, thanks for making this fun, thanks for playing some marbles with us. Also, just chatting about random shit like we do. And be sure, Got about 5.5 hours, until the Voxedit results are going to be released, so that's going to be nice. Hopefully, for some of us here. Yeah, we'll be back there tomorrow, and we'll do some more Vox editing, more game makering, all good stuff. You're a bat, exactly. Someone's got to do it, Snowy Lepus. Someone has to. Can't be brooding by. You gotta have something to brood over, or someone has to do the brooding. Top of a building or some shit, brood over the city. Look down in contempt. That's how superheroes do it. Thanks everyone for hanging out again, and we will be back at it, and eventually may have someone to raid next time. We'll see. So thank you everyone, and we'll see you soon. Bye for now.